Connection initiate. Connection successful. Token refreshed. Start confirmed. Notifications generated. Mode selected. Start confirmed. Systems reloaded. Partial isolation complete. Illumination. Full. E. Just a little bit of E. Just a little bit of E. No big E. E. Biggest E. That is not what I meant. E. Too much E. I almost wonder if I should make the giant emotes even bigger. You never know. Hello and welcome to Navi and Birch-ish emotes. Not display emotes in a font. A font is a flavor of a typeface. Emotes are not part of a typeface. Just a little bit of birch. Just a little bit. Just the leaves. You know what they say about trees, though? Their bark is worse than their bite. How are we doing? I'm sure I'll probably get asked this a number of times. Background squeaky toy intensifies. I would say maybe. I don't know. Kind of worn out. Kind of concerned. Kind of uncertain. And not in the best of ways. Kind of a lot of things. Kind of a lot of things. Hello and welcome to Azrael Isle. And voila, it voila, vitamin. I mean vitamin. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, and again. Welcome, welcome. Craziest word mashup. Don't know. I don't know. I've seen a lot of word mashups before, sometimes, probably. Some of them are crazy, some of them are not. I don't usually make note of which ones are the craziest. The plans? The plans? I think today we're going to continue down the route of the gizmo. Most likely. I thought about like maybe switching to another one of my projects, but I'm like, I don't know. We've been pushing this thing along. And it's very close to having like another feature genuinely available. So I think we need to get it to that point. I think it needs to happen. is very close. Last time we got most of the, like, specification for it done. And then we got the spinning. We set up spinning, we set up colors, we set up the multiple threads getting passed through, we set up context space. More audible if you turn up the volume. Gasp. Gasp. Imagine turning up the volume. I do try to sort of balance the stream audio, but I also try not to, like, blow people's ears out. Because it's highly dependent on, like, your own, like, volume settings. Very, very. Also, I should say hello to Dennis Blood Knock. Sounds like a vicious name, almost. Muted. Lies. Lies. Maybe they're lies, I don't know. I feel like somebody opened my door again. I need to get myself, like, a door closer or something. Maybe. Default 50% volume. Now Misaka is without sound, according to the chat identity. Clearly. I stare. I stare. I am broadcaster, and I am watching my own stream without audio. Clearly. Clearly. Oh, that would be silly. What if we, like... I don't know. If we had the volume, wouldn't it echo? Clearly not. Audio on. Audio on. Echo. Audio on. Echo. Audio on. Echo. Echo. Echo on. Echo. Echo. Echo on. Echo. 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 Echo on. Echo. 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 Echo on. Just me listening with audio. No big deal. This is why I turn the audio off. Clearly. Clearly. More Mesakas. How many Mesakas do you need? I'm pretty sure we have more of them, right? Right? How many do you need? All of them. All of them, I suck. Uncountable. Infinite. Many. And more. You have been hacked. Beware. Beware. A great many Saka have been revealed. Clearly. Maybe that's too many. Be not afraid. Broken Cortana. For all we know, that could be the effect that they use. Almost. I don't know. What do we have in here? Echo. Maximum echo. But not echo. Only slight echo. To interface with the subsystem revision connection. Terminal protocol activation. Actuation? I'm sorry, we cannot process your request. There are no many slots available for processing. Also, hello and welcome to F Mega and the Analytic Mine. Open the pod bay door. We are sorry. We cannot comply with this request. The door shall not be opened. Never. Never. Speaking of doors, the door to my room always ends up open and I'm constantly trying to close it. Sometimes I say to myself, oh, I should get an automatic door closer. That would solve my problem, and then I don't. We don't do it. That would probably solve my door problem, though, maybe. Although, I think it would probably be better if I just, like, got a bunch of partitions or something. Get myself some actual obstructions in the room for privacy reasons. Or some such. Or some such. Door stopper? It's not about stopping the door. It's about closing the door. It stays open all the time. Other people open the door. And then it stays open. And then there's like sounds and stuff that wander through. It's a door that's just like always being opened and left open because no one wants to close it again. So it's not a matter of keeping it open, it's a matter of keeping it closed. And this requires a door closer. A very mechanism. But I think partitions would probably be the better route. And I've been meaning to like design some and then build some partitions. I cannot reach the door from where I am sitting, even with long object. It's on the opposite side of the room. And there is, in fact, a number of like partitioning objects in between me and the door. So I don't even have direct line of sight to the door. But I can sort of tell when it's left open, cause sound. Yeah, just cause sound, period. Cat? Why are you sticking your tail in the water? Cat? Why, you silly cat? Okay, we need to feed the cat again, real quick. And maybe double check that crazy door. Ow. I think the door is about as closed as it's gonna be. I've given the cat some snack. Some delicious snack. I'll probably mention this like a few times during the stream. But my current plan is that I will be taking part of like this following week off. I'm not gonna have any streams on Tuesday and Thursday night, which are also like the following mornings, because we crossed the time. Yeah, that would, yeah. What are these? Wednesday morning, Friday morning. We're not doing the. Well, that's the plan anyway, is to like not do these. We'll see if my plans change or not. So, if this happens, the next stream is probably going to be a week from now. Otherwise, we will have a very somewhat surprised stream. Sooner, maybe. Anime. Anime. The character visualization is like it's a combination of like two different programs. One is called Open Sea Face, which does like tracking, and it like uses what's it called? A webcam to like get my position. And then the character itself is rendered by a program called VC Face, which takes the tracking data and the character model and like animates it. Very simple and straightforward, kind of. Just add 3D model. And then I have like another piece of software. 2D? I don't know, maybe. If I wanted to go like full-time 2D, I would probably use a different software. Make something custom. So we do have this redeem called the Chibi Saka, which makes Mesaka 2D for like 7 minutes. And then we are 2D. This uses different software. That's just like voice activated. The eye tracking. Not the eye tracking. The eye tracking is, I don't know, it took some tweaking to get it right. Very specific. So, setup. The setup? I don't know. The software setup I have is not really anything too crazy or anything. Code Nile Prime sub? E? Thank you. It works? What about it works? We don't know. Hello again. Most of the software I use is kind of like off the shelf, if you will, open source stuff. Like, I think about the most unique element is probably like the scripting, the software scripting for doing the redeems. But even that, there are other existing solutions that do a lot of the same things. And I don't know, indeed, I would probably even say that like there's other software out there that does a lot of this stuff a little better than like than what I have. Like in my own words, I would say that My software stack is kind of jank. Whoosh. I also put bad apple in my hair. Gasp. Not really what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into, I don't know, something or other? I don't remember. There was some scene for... I don't even remember what I was looking for. I was looking for like one of my scenes that had both the 3D and the chibi version, but I don't think that is a thing. Oh, also, there are many, a great many Maisaka. Gasp. Too many. Too many. So many. The Maisaka clones. That's not really redeemable. I made that whole scene for a bit. And I don't know. It still exists. Setting up the redeems to like trigger OBS things, well, not terribly complicated. It is kind of like, I don't know. It's not the most convenient thing in my software, and I guess that's sort of like a failing of the way I designed it. Valuable prizes. Not the valuable prizes. Anything by that. Do I have like a window for whatever that thing is called? Figuration? How are we? We're kind of like, I don't know, I'm a bit, I felt a bit like worn out today on waking up. And also, I was a bit, I don't know, not in the greatest mood ever. Yeah, I need editor view. So all of my redeems are kind of like gasp. Plop. Plop. Hello and welcome. But to Egoist. The chibi has worn off. always tossing the bits, the crazy bits. And almost on cue. Every time I say that, I'm like not in the best mood. I have lots of things that I'm like, I don't know, concerned about, I guess. Lots of, I don't know. Lots of minor troubles, some of which are, I don't know, less than minor troubles, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. We talk, just, I don't know how I've been. Why do I keep saying I don't know? We're talking about two different things, I think. The one that I'm kind of like stammering and tripping over is how I'm like not in the best mood today. I don't know why I keep saying I don't know. I think part of the reason I say this is because I've had people insist that I give replies to things. But sometimes information is not available. So instead of just staring awkwardly, I'm like, 404? Reply not found? And my 404 page is just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Although it's probably also applicable to like too many requests. If you send too many requests, you also get, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So besides that, we have this thing that powers my stream notifications and overlays and stuff. Tolerable. Tolerable. 503. Maybe. I use it in both conditions. The fancy cursor. Yes, we have the fancy cursor. I was like, we need the Miku cursor again. Like the L:Q stream hasn't introduced the Miku cursor. So I'm like, how hard is it to set up cursors? Oh, it's just like 4 lines. Well, damn, that's easy. So now I have a Miku cursor. The Miku cursor. The Miku cursor. Very, very. This is also sort of what inspired part of my stream title today. Kind of. If you know, you know. If you don't know, well... It's a bunch of song titles rammed together. So, this software that, like, powers my stream overlay, for example, it has, like, all this configuration, which is just, like, a JSON file. And then you can also have these little scripts. And the scripts are in this weird, almost Lisp-like look-alike thing. Except it's not. It's not quite. And you can either embed them in the strings, or you can like specify a file, and it will load the scripts from a file. And there's some like built-in functions. Mostly it's like sort of like a macro scripting language. It's been sort of interesting to like implement it. Brackets. So many brackets. Honestly though, I've kind of wanted to make it a little more actually Lisp-like. So you can write slightly more meaningful programs in it. This is sort of like one of my like, I guess, side goals with the project. We Lisp like if we have 16 parents in a row. Crunch. Crunch. Also, the whole thing is hooked up to a database. There's like database functions. So there's like database variables. There's like built-in API requests for managing songs. Like, you can query the VLC media player has like a bunch of remote control stuff, and it kind of integrates with that. It's got OBS WebSocket support. It's got generic WebSocket support. So you can like WebSocket into other things. You can connect events to like Twitch redeems, the channel point redeems. Why VLC? Because that's the media player I use. Part of the reason I use VLC is because it lets me set the like audio output device. So the computer that does the OBS and the streaming, this is like a separate computer, and it runs like Windows, like a Windows server operating system. And it has like some, it has like some old version of OBS, some old version of like VLC. It's like this music that I have in the background. This uses like the VLC media player. So like, there's like this status page. So I can go to like the console thing and be like VLC status.json. And we can get like all the information about the current page or song. Such as like the file name, which is what we use. Also, this is like a video. Very video. Very highly video. I don't know if MPD works on Windows or not. And I don't know if it lets me set the audio output device. It's like I said, the audio output device. Being able to set where the audio goes on Windows is like why I use VLC. And not some other media player. The repositories. I don't think that my streaming software is public yet. Like I commit stuff to like a Git repository, but I don't think I published it anywhere. I think it's just like local. Because I've been like slowly like making it sort of not terrible. Monetize? I don't think it's worth monetizing. It's a weird esoteric command line utility for like stream management. And for those of you who don't know, there is other software out there that is free that offers all this like streaming integration stuff. And it does so in a lot better way than how my software does it. So if you compare my software to like the landscape of, I don't know, streaming automation, it is not good stuff. It's kind of mid. Honestly, it's kind of mid in a way. It still has a ways to go before it's like what I would consider competitive. Like the basis is probably decent, but like take this this service that we have here. This is written in Rust. It connects to the Twitch WebSocket. It has like SQLite databases. And it requires that you have an external HTTP server that like can feed it Twitch tokens. It requires a very specific modified fork of like some Twitch API library, which I don't know if I want to like publish my fork or not. Probably will. And it also you kind of like requires you to have all of the overlay stuff connected to it over WebSockets, which isn't the worst thing ever. But it's a little bit convoluted to use. It's getting closer, though. Undercut any streaming software offerings. The problem, though, is that you cannot undercut free. Because I would be competing with things like StreamerBot and Sammy, which are much more approachable, and like Sammy, for instance, is free. It has a lot better OBS integration than like what my software does. There's a lot more comprehensive Twitch integration. It has a lot better scripting primitives, I guess. Or a lot more complete set of scripting primitives. Like, I would have to, like, completely fill in the rest of my scripting language. And then, even then, it's still sort of not entirely... not all there. The triangles, though, this is like a separate thing. Which we, on the previous streams, like split into its own isolated project, or fully split into its own isolated project. This is called the, like, I call this the Wave 2 virtual machine. It is it's like a streaming overlay game thing. This is what it's what I've been working on for the past few streams. So this is like a standalone-ish project, which is running in this window over here. Kind of, sort of. So it talks to the integration over one of these web sockets. So you can, like, you can get the like help for the overlay virtual machine thing via chat commands and stuff. What this is, it's like a spaceship game, kind of. So every chat member has access to, like, one of these little spaceships. And the spaceship has, like, this little tiny virtual computer thread thing that can, like, control its flight path according to this, like, specification here. And these are programmed in, like, this sort of pseudo RISC-like assembly language. Which is a lot of words, clearly. The arrows? The arrows. An arrow. Which arrow? Is it like these little pointer things versus one of these little pointer things? Or is it the nav triangle? did even notice that. I'm gonna make the whole thing bigger. I think. I've been finding like a whole bunch of like little odds and ends. Found a bunch of little typos the other day when I was like rereading this. Like non-alignmented access. I'm just like, what? What? What was I thinking when I wrote that? Non-alignmented access. And there was something else down here. The source register to and the. Nope. So I've been trying to find typos. And I found a couple. I found quite a few. I don't think I found all of them, but I did find a few. I don't know if there's any down here or not, but I don't know, there might be. You never know. Terminal. I'm gonna add opcode. Yum text. Typography. There. Now it should show up in the actual text file. Very eek. So let's see. I think today is going to be... I think we're probably going to be working quite a bit in either WaveNet or in VM, or I could get started in like the web page land. I don't know. I think the focus will be on... I think we will focus on the emulation part first. Takeaway? Takeaway. What are you taking away? CSS Mesaka mentioned. Mesak CSS mentioned. I almost feel like I should just like automate that. That could be funny. Config. Can we do? Let's see, what was it? Prefix command matches. Let's just have to do matches. CSS. Then simply reply with suck CSS. Maybe twice. Maybe thrice. E. Organic, highest quality organic CSS. Delicious. I still have hot reload on the configuration. Or any kind of reload of configuration. To reload the configuration for my like service, you have to like end the process and restart it. Which is obviously not what you want to do if you're like making lots of little changes. Another reason why I'm like, this software is not very... It's not in a good place yet. Reincarnation. Yeah, you have to like destroy the software. Destroy the process and then recreate everything. It's not great, especially if you have like, I don't know, connections running. Or like scripts. If you have scripts that are like actively running, then obviously if you stop the process, your scripts go away and then they might not complete. Which in the case of like my stream overlay stuff, I use some like scripts with delays in them to like manage like the ad break overlay, for example, and some of the visual effects. It's not related to the VM at all. It's separate. It's very much separate. Although we are able to like tell the VM to do stuff. probably do send command VM save, and then the like VM thread over here will be like, okay, we saved. Which is how persistence works on the virtual machine stuff. And that's not great either, because it used to be tied into like the like streaming software's like interrupt signal handler, and that doesn't do it anymore. So I might have to like come up with better or replacement like scripts for signal handlers or something. Like having a script that could run on signal handler would be kind of useful. Spammed emoji? Good emoji? The good kind of emoji? I think my personal favorites would probably be like the sway. The sway, the head pats, the stare. The stare is pretty good. A sway is a pretty popular one. The gun. The gun is also pretty good. I think the gun has kind of like supplanted the neo-vimmed, the n-vimmed emote, which was my go-to like shaking emote for a while. I might have to make a custom like reanimated version of the n-vimmed emote. One that has the margins in existence. Because I think it got downscaled by the automatic emote system slightly. We like the stare. Who doesn't like the stare? You just be like sitting there admiring this absolutely lovely code, and then without warning stare. Too much stare. Too much E. Emacs. The Emacs. Not the Emacs. It's always the eyes. Look into the eyes. Don't look away. The eyes were actually like really kind of tricky to get accurate tracking on. So the OpenCFace software, you see, accepts like different tracking resolutions. So in order to get good quality tracking resolution, I got an HD webcam. I set this to like 720p, and then I needed to mess with like the gain and the refresh rate and the lighting in the room. See it like the fastest frame rate? Because it's like frame rate and visual clarity is kind of everything with that. I also told it to use like one of the more one of the slightly more advanced tensor models that supports gaze tracking and wink support because I blink asynchronously. I wanted the tracking to pick this up. Like, I wanted Emacs for a bit, to be honest. So, like, the last time I was doing, like, stream integration stuff, I made some to-do list, and I was like, what if I make a redeem for channel points? And it's like, it switches to Emacs. So you redeem channel points, and then instead of like, I don't know, instead of Vim, it like automatically runs Emacs and like opens whatever buffers. And it runs them in Emacs or something. That would be funny. Maybe, if I can get it to work. I don't know. The model render, I think I mentioned this earlier, but like I use VC Face on a separate computer. So like I have to stream the tracking data over the network. I have to. It is important. It is imperative. Performance reasons. I don't know if this is likely to change or not anytime soon. Like I've been talking about like maybe getting a new computer at some point to replace my existing streaming computer. But I hear on the grapevine of knowledge that capture cards don't necessarily work on Linux operating systems. Which is what a new computer would probably be. So I would either need to reverse engineer a video capture card and then write a driver for it, buy a different capture card, or I would have to find a flavor of Windows that I don't hate. And none of these sound like the most appealing options. They really don't. Like, for all of the wonders of like the Linux driver ecosystem, capture cards seem to be like a notoriously underserved market. Go figure. Because it's like one of those niche bits of hardware that only a few people would actually use. Yeah. Also, hello and welcome to Kirim. The Bluetooth. Maybe if we're doing like full Bluetooth HCI, then yeah, I would think that's a little bit problematic. Audio and Linux, I don't know, it's a bit of a disaster, but like it's not like there's drivers missing when it comes to audio. Bluetooth Low Energy on Linux wasn't too bad. Like, I don't necessarily think it's about like whether there are capture cards that can run on Linux. It's kind of just the fact that like I would have to get a different one that kind of irks me. Like, I can't reuse the existing one. Like, I think the one that I have is technically fine. It just doesn't work on other systems. And that's what bothers me more than the fact that there aren't any. The OS? We run two different computers. This one, the one that you see, this one is captured through the capture card. This one is Arch Linux, the by the way operating system, and then the OBS computer that actually has the card in it is Windows Server 2008 R2, which I don't know, I've probably had since 2010 or whenever they released R2. Because that used to be like my main workstation, and then like and then like I got another computer to like replace it, kind of, since we didn't fully replace it because the old computer still has all the hard drives in it. The old computer still behaves like a SAN, a NAS, more like. The old computer still runs virtual machines. The old computer still runs OBS. The old computer still runs my sound mixers. My old computer still runs VLC. My old computer still runs VC Face. My old computer still runs the what's it called? I don't even know. It has like some remote access stuff on it. It's got some keys on it, like SSH keys. I think those are kind of ported everywhere, but still. I think the NAS functions and the virtual machines and the fact that I have all my audio mixing stuff set up on there are probably the more annoying part. Because like I said earlier, audio on Linux, kind of a nightmare. So trying to replace a mixing computer, an audio mixing computer, it's not the most pleasant thing to try and do with Linux. New software. New software. This is always sort of the problem. This is actually sort of why my software is like this weird distributed mix of like services. Because I'm building new software, but it has to talk to old software on old computer. So like this virtual machine thing that we've been working on, for example, it doesn't have like a GUI. Instead, it has a command called tick. Tick returns a vector of U8. The vector of U8 is an array of bytes, and the bytes are like run length encoded state updates. Every time you run one of these like frame ticks, it generates a state update, and then the state update is sent over a WebSocket to like a browser page, one that can run in OBS, and then the browser page decodes the run length encoded state and displays it on the screen, on the stream. Because like I said, OBS runs on a separate computer. So it was easier to build state updates and send them over a WebSocket and have them run in a browser source than it is to try and get Rust code, modern Rust code, to build on old computer and then build GUI on old computer. This is like how convoluted it is to use older computer. It leads to some very creative solutions. There is a slight benefit to doing this though. And it's the fact that like the virtual machine thing, it doesn't have to be running on the same computer because of this. We can run the virtual machine on a fast, modern computer. With lots of resources. And this thing can effectively exist wherever it needs to exist. And because state updates get sent over the network, that basically makes this like sort of a multiplayer thing. The Firefox? I don't know, if you missed the end of that stream, the answer is no. I wasn't about to try and make it work again. Because it seemed a little bit too pointless. One of those, like, I don't know, maybe like one of those Linux JS VMs probably would have maybe been able to work. But I wasn't about to try it. Not unless I like wrote my own Ethernet VPN. That would be crazy. That would be craziness. Much craziness. What do I need over here? VM text. VM text. What are we referring to here? No, not. It's not related to the discussion that I was having, or the rambling that I was. The rant. It's not related to the rant. We have the Miku cursor, by the way. The Miku cursor. The Miku cursor. It's very good. It's very well and good and truth. And it was very simple to set up. So that is a thing. That is sort of a thing. There's a pink Miku cursor. Is it really Miku if it's pink? The emulator? You just need to, like, have a system that runs or is able to build and run Rust code, which, as far as I know, should be reasonably portable across almost any platform. I think that, like, there's two flavors of it. There's like a CLI version, and then there's like a net version. And the network version is like kind of, it's got more dependencies. I don't really know what kind of like resources it uses. It's fairly low resource though, so you could practically put it on almost anything. The network version is the one that I run. Like, I basically took all of the, like, network code that used to be, like, in my overlay service, and I put it in, like, the wave VM code base instead. So this supports like running the like overlay WebSocket thing, which might also end up getting committed to the repository at some point. Basically, it lets you like remote control the virtual machine, and it lets you, I don't know, integrate it with like other streaming things. The architecture, as the architecture itself, there aren't really any kind of, it's not very extensible architecturally wise. Like there's not really currently any kind of API for this. And it's probably not something that I'm necessarily going to accept much of for a little while. Like, I do kind of have some plans for the design. Like, there might be another instruction set edition. A couple more special instructions that I've been thinking of adding to it. I might change the memory layout again. I don't know. I've been very indecisive about that. Because I kind of want the I/O space, for example, to get put somewhere else. A boilerplate, RISC-V. Years? I don't, I don't know about years. I don't know about years. Cause I don't know about you, but we have, where is it? I have like somewhere in here. I have like a RISC-V emulator. I think it's on the network drive. If you're talking about from concept, though, I don't know. Like something RISC-V like is very. It's not like the most intensive thing ever. Like there's sort of quite a bit to it. Let's see, what is it? What's in here? Not that we're gonna work on this at all today, nor even this week. Is it really just one file? I have a thing for single files, apparently. Behold, a RISC-V emulator written in Rust. Very extensive. There's a bunch of stuff in here that wasn't committed. Which means I was probably in the middle of refactoring it. Yeah. Why do I always end up like in these kind of conditions? But yeah, that's 1950 lines of code for a RISC-V emulator that does the integer instruction set and like a couple of the integer extension instruction sets. That took a while to implement. Took a while to get right. Kind of elaborate. 3433. 3433. Close that. And break time. Gasp. If you just have like the architectural documents, this is like specification. Architecture specification. The instruction set architecture or ISA specification. Kind of waiting for the ad break to go away. Blinky eye thing? What blinky eye thing? There's no blinky eye thing. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. Individual eyes. Individual eyes. I'm not allowed to cross the eyes. Cannot cross the eyes. Cannot cross the streams. The ad break's over. I think they probably are. I'm gonna do the lazy eye. Yeah, my model won't do gaze tracking of crossed eyes. Like, I think that the tensor would probably support it. I don't know if VC Face does, actually. Or I don't actually know if the tracking data has, like, the crossed eye gaze or not. That would be something to maybe look into. Can we cross the eyes? I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about drivers. I'm like, this sounds like headset stuff. This is not the system that I use. Very much not. Cause, wait, I use the, what's it called? The, what's it called? The tensor-based webcam tracking. We get raw tracking data, kind of. Kind of. I never actually looked into like what it contains. This might have to be an experiment. Which honestly is an experiment that I've been meaning to try for kind of a long time because I want to replace my 3D model renderer with a custom one. I have no idea if VC Face works with like mobile platform stuff. No clue. Not necessarily something that I would be like, I don't know, interested in. Because like my phones are not very capable. And they don't have any of the kind of like, they don't have any of the kind of software that would do that. So I don't think that they would be perform. Best Linux distro? The best Linux distro to use is the one that you probably have. It's not dependent on anything. Like, it's kind of even to the point where, like, I was thinking about running it on, like, my old Raspberry Pi 3B. Bare metal? I don't think it would support bare metal because it's a standard package. And the synchronization stuff is all network based. Which is not really an objective. Like, the networking is WebSockets. Standard I/O is like the standard library, standard I/O. Very standard. There's too much E. So much E. The Maisaka Nation. Hello and welcome to the Prod Z Pod. Today's stream is a kind of a lot of yap, I guess. So far. Lots of discussion about Wave 2 and some of my plans for it. Particles. Particles. These little triangles. These little floaty triangles. These are part of the Wave 2 gizmo. So down here we have spaceship. And the spaceships are these like little triangles. And the goal, the ultimate goal is for the Wave 2 virtual machine to send flight controls to each individual triangle to get it to like point in different directions, change velocity, fly around. This is the Wave 2 stuff. So all of these are like integrated through the virtual machine frame update, which is actually kind of what we have on screen here. We have the tick function, which computes the delta of the ships. And then after that we have the thread runner for each of the virtual machine processes. And then after that there is the like delta, the frame delta stuff that gets generated. So this update loop runs in the virtual machine, and it sends the updates to the gizmo. And then they get decoded and rendered. So over the last few streams, I got people to like summon some of their threads, some of their spaceships. Basically running any of the VM commands that actually like alter its state or display its state will push an update and cause a triangle to spawn. I even added a special command called VM summon. If you just want to summon one of these triangles. But so far, I think I am the only person to actually run this command. Which is how we ended up with the slightly colored purple triangle that's currently floating around in the middle. That's from when I ran the summon command. And then it will alter the color. Change the color to match like your chat color. And I'm like, everyone has the opportunity to do this, and nobody does. Sadness. Sometimes it is just the deepest sadness. Oh well. Oh well, we carry on anyway. We continue anyway. I think the range of speeds that the ships spawn with is probably a little bit too much. It's a bit much. I think we need to change this down to like, I don't know, maybe 5. 5 is probably better. Turn deltas off, otherwise that's going to be very highly distracting. So, what I was thinking about earlier was memory layout. Memory layout and I/O space. The memory layout and I/O space is kind of something where I'm not 100% like I don't know that I'm 100% set on the way the memory is currently laid out. Because like shared memory is at this like kind of weird-ish offset. Which isn't terrible, but I am thinking of changing it. The I/O memory is something that I kind of wanted to make a little bit more... Like, I kind of wanted to expand this kind of a bit. So although we kind of came up with a specification for it, I was thinking about this the other day. And I kind of want each individual module for the spacecraft to have a status line. So I wanted the first 4 words to be like some sort of generic status register. That kind of would be specific to all of the different modules. And I think that I could do this. I think this could be made to work. I don't know if it's 100% compatible with, like, for example, so what's it called? Like the thread page. But the other pages could maybe kind of support this, because there's a bunch of like empty registers in each one of these like specifications. Your ship is floating, most likely. It's also probably been like assigned your color, which means it's probably, I'm guessing it's this teal one up here on the right. Zooming around in circles. So we're going to take all of these, increase them. Let's see, scan heading, select. And that's going to go in there. Let's see, how are these laid out? Something like this. Pulling the color. If you send commands to the ship, it will by default spawn with like your user color. And then what it's going to be is there's a register in the virtual machine's IO space. And then you can like use this to like change the color of the ship. If you want a custom color for the ship. Or if you want your color on the ship to change rapidly, you could program this. So flight control register F plus 1C is the ship color. Not yet implemented. But this is going to default to or chat color. Quantized chat color. To be more specific. So I want this value here to sort of mimic like the threads. So all of these are going to have module status. Ease of use. I think this is probably doable. Like, it isn't too difficult to add update commands. I don't know about having names for the colors. You might have to do them as hex colors. Unless there's a very convenient lookup table of, like, color names. Like the CSS color names, for example. Because I would have to put this in, like, Rust code. Module ID. Module ID. List of CSS color names. There are 150 other colors with keywords. Oh, they're a very nice table. It's a very large table. So we could just go to, like, what's it called? What's it called? What's it called? What's it called? Net? Favorite colors? We're talking about this. It's not hard to implement, I don't think. Let's have, I don't know, table somewhere? Somewhere. Where is parse? I need to, like, move this word table a little bit because this is kind of... needs to condensed. This sort of needs condensing. We have one, 2. Since we're adding giant tables of things. What is the longest word in here? This is... 15. Too many word. 15 is about here. It's a lot of spacing though. E. I might have to put my off words some sort of different place. I want to squish these down a little bit so that I have room for another table. Because if we want to add colored code table, that's going to take up some room. Speaking of visualizing, my idea for the editor, which I haven't talked a whole lot about, because it's still very much planning and so on, is to have a like syntax highlighting thing, but also like all the individual registers. There's probably going to be like a colored bar, which is going to follow the flow control of the program. So you can visually maybe see where your register gets used. Maybe. I can't really say how well that would pan out, but it is something that I want to try. One A, one B. Too many chaos. Visualize the data. I don't know if it would be very good at visualizing data. Well, that's not really its strong point. It's just supposed to be sort of like a simple-ish CPU. I kind of want to line up the start of the word. Start of each word. With the number instead of... instead of the opening bracket thing. Earth. Where the earth? Not the translations of color codes. No, I found like a table of CSS colors. I'm just gonna use that. As soon as I clean this up a little bit, because I've been meaning to like clean up this giant list of colors or names, words, whatever this thing is. List of words. I have these lists of words. Oh, yeah. List of words is kind of like tricky to edit. So many word. Mush these. Yeah. Yeah. See the word sheesh here, and I'm just like, sheesh? So many lines to edit. These need extra space, I think, to line up properly. Very E. I don't know, though, if we're talking about visualization of the state of the program, I think there are different ways of doing that that are probably more descriptive. Possibly. So many words. Some of them don't fit. Could we put all the long words at the ends? That would fix the length problem. But he said they had to be in this order. Maybe I'll steal reverse. Put instruction in its place. There. Slightly be clearly needs to be swapped around, I think. Dumping out registers is somewhat helpful sometimes if you know what's going on. Otherwise it might not be. Here, what are these? These are going to be CSS color names. They're going to be array of probably string to U32. And then we're going to just going to grab this giant list and we paste. And we got the other names, which we paste. And then I just have to like normalize these a bit. Which is not the most difficult, but also not the most... It's not necessarily the most easy thing either. I think it's just gonna be some what you call it. And I think we're not gonna support transparent. Because the ships are not transparent. All we need to do is some regular expression shenanigans. So we're gonna take... is it word? Anything that is word shaped, we're gonna put you in a grouping, and then we're gonna have space or tabs, however many of those, and then we're gonna have the hash mark, another grouping, and we're gonna have 0 through 9, A through F, lots of those. And then we're gonna have spaces or tabs. And all of this is going to get turned into the name in stringy quotes. The like color, integer thing, and each of these have to be one of these. One of these. And then apparently I messed up cyan, so we're gonna fix cyan. And then I think we could fit like, I don't know, maybe 4 of these. Mush them in here in no particular order. Maybe kinda. Indent. We'll go to main. State here. We're gonna turn these into like a hash map. Yeah. Can we do static string to U32? Is this allowed? Capacity. This name's length 4. And then we have what? Name. Color code. And then we're gonna have that go in there. Star. Dereference color name. Yeah. That. This is such a mess. Instead of making this starts with maybe I should just make these equals or something. Which would save a lot of complexity. Very, very. Yeah. I think we might also take the conversion thing out of here. I think that's, I don't know, excessive to have duplicated all the time. And then I think we're gonna make this a lot more strict. We're gonna make it match the exact commands instead of checking starts with, which is kind of yeah, I don't even know. Turn that off. Too much. You're gonna do the run thing, and then we go to the next one in the list. I'm doing masking. What are we masking? Despite being slightly more spread out, is much nicer not having these all be starts with. For probably a multitude of reasons. Although I could probably, if I really wanted to, condense them. Summon, dump, clear. They're kind of, sort of, okay, but I think all of these need an indent level, and then you? We're supposed to go here. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Part of the weirdness here behind the way it worked is that you could be like, let's see here. Where'd my page go? Could be like VM something. Dump all the memory all over the floor. And it would still work, because it looks at the beginning of the word. But I think we're gonna drop this as like a thing. Make it a lot more specific. Make it so you have to like put the spaces or it won't work. Because the whole starts with thing is kind of, it's a little bit excessive. It's a bit much. I mean, the input is still very tolerant to whatever you specify, but like, when it comes to like the commands, it was deliberately like looking for prefixes. Kind of, sort of, the way of it. So we have user, process, so if we make one that's like, I don't know, color, or color with a U. And grab user ID. Do user context ship color, and then we could set this to like a value. Which means I need function for this. Parse a color string. Very color, very string. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, and welcome. So let's see here. If this is this thingy, then we can try to parse hex color. Otherwise, we can try a lookup. I'm very, I guess, kind of, sort of, I don't know, locked in a bit. Kinda? Kinda, almost? Moving... I don't think moving to coordinate is going to be something that we like... that we offer. I think that's going to be one of the places where I'm like, if you want to move the vehicle, you have to either wait for the web UI thing or program it. Some... We built... We're working on the, like... the ships again. Like my stream has this like virtual machine gizmo, and there's like these little spaceships that you can like summon, and they float around. And the objective here is to make them programmable. Which is sort of, I don't know, tricky-ish a little bit. Yeah, I need this state thing, server state thing. Why don't I just make this part of server states? I'm gonna do reference self. Well, I could do self CSS names. Get the color. Then we can return the color. And then I think we're gonna support only very specific sizes. Very, very specific sizes. What do I want here? Color. Starts with. if it doesn't start with a hash. Then we can return none. Rust. I don't know, maybe like a year or two intensely. Prior to that, I only like saw bits and pieces of it, but didn't really properly understand it. I think we might take these, put them in the match. No, that's not going to work. It is not going to work because this has to be. This is dependent on like how long the input is. Very, very input. We're also going to support 4, like 2, 3, 3 to 4. And then I think we might turn these. I think we might change these a little bit. Map. This is the wrong string name. Point though isn't really to be controlling them via chat. The point is to control them via program. and then so I don't really think that I would offer much in the way of like direct chat controls. Let's see, these are going to be R. G. A B. Retro games. I don't know if you could really do that per se. Like, you probably sort of could, given the fact that the processor is kind of generic, but it's not really what it would excel at. I think these are the only real colors that I want to support. Anything else will be none. Default. See, this is going to take parameter. It's going to take whatever split dot next. And then be like if we have some valid color from whatever the hell I called it. Parse color string. We'll do context ship color equals whatever that command was to convert colors. Probably doesn't have any impulse for ship. Like function, set color. Can't type self. Cannot type self. Problematic. Then we could simplify this. Now we could simplify U to be set color. Maybe. It is Takeda Harunobu. Hello. Yeah. I must partake of the water. This should be true. And then anything else is just like nop. Very nop. Very extremely nop. And then we do a build. And then we do a save. And then we do stop, restart. And now you can supposedly change the color of them. Have fun with that. I don't know if I should make color like 32-bit, or if I should stick with the 16-bit color that I have. On the one hand, I like having the command is called color because the ship is a very specific sub-aspect that has a lot of different commands. So it is VM color and the color name or color code. Very, very. And if you don't have one, it will spawn one for you. Very gasp. By default, if you summon one with VM summon, it just tries to match chat color by default. But if you already set the color, that takes priority. So I don't know if there should be a way to set it back to your chat color, or if it should just be a thing that stays the way it is. Meow. Lost it. I think it drifted off the edge of the screen slightly. Or maybe it's that dark one. Because I see one that's pitch black. I assume they're opaque. Confused? Confusion? Nope, summon picks random coordinates, random orientation, random velocity, random spin. So you have to find it. Spawning the triangles. You get a limit of 1 triangle. But yeah, you can summon these. They appear. The programmatic elements are kind of coming later. A little bit. Still sort of indecisive about how I want them to be programmed. But I think summoning them, having them set up the colors, this is probably a good interactive setup. And everything needs the prefix. So a lot of there's a lot of different sub commands. So these are all given sub commands. And they also take what's it called? Hex colors. Very hex colors. So if you don't want to be limited to like the CSS color table, you can make them other things. I think the CSS color table is pretty extensive though. Kind of, sort of. I should probably go in the listing here. What is this? Module status, module ID. We're just gonna slap these at the beginning of every specification. These. Increment. Module ID. Yeah. Rolling titles. Those are kind of useful, kind of important. But we could grab it and just like pull it down here a little bit. It's a little bit more visible. I do not mind. I'll be perfectly honest, I was thinking about making it more... I was thinking of like changing the canvas size so that the triangles can just like float around everywhere. Not just up in a little tiny box at the top of the screen. Have them drift about everywhere in the stream. This would be kind of... maybe interesting. I can never remember if I like did these hydrate redeems or not. I see them. Sometimes I drink water subconsciously. And then I forget to like click complete, so then I drink more water. I never know. Let's see, so where are commands? This is to do... Actually, I think we're gonna get rid of that. I think that is not something... Not something I want to have here. We want color. With or without the U. CSS color. I don't know. That one might be a bit of an Easter egg. Change the color of the ship. Gotta cater to both Englishies. Kinda, sort of. Kinda, sort of. Gotta get both of them. Gotta have both of them. E. Summon the ship if not present. Summon your ship. Tis your ship. Not enough ship. Did I add any other weird commands? I don't remember. What is this? What? I was like, how did that work if that buffer wasn't saved? I have no idea. You need the hash mark. This is kind of like a thing. Are we running examples? Encoding example? There's a ship that is pitch darkness. Do you see it? Do you see it? Very cyan. Very highly cyan. Is it not? It's very cyan. It is very cyan. So I would hope it would make your cyan. No, we shouldn't put that one. That one's for the web interface thingy. That doesn't exist all the way yet. But you ever become like not chibi and then realize that you can blink? Just me? Stop poking at me. Ugh. Sometimes this can't. Picky. Capitalization should be kind of like not really all that important. I think the if you use the CSS color names, I think those have to be lowercase. Because I didn't feel like trying to put a text transform on them. This is sort of like a small-ish price to pay. Play? I don't know. I guess if I wanted to pretend to be more CSS-like, I could make them like accept any case. This is sort of like a thing. Maybe it isn't a thing, I don't know. More info? Info? I don't think that we're gonna add more things into there. If anything, I might remove some of these like preset constant values. Make it so that there's less of them. I need to like get up for a few minutes. Space reserved. You might be conflating different things than I've said. point of like chat ease of use is that I wanted to build in some prefab programs that will like offer like some pre-made behaviors for the ships. Like I might have them. I might have like a Boyd program where it will like either run away from things or like follow other things. Fly to some very specific places, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Well, this is a bit of a problem here. I was like planning to get up, take a break. And then what do I find? Cat. Why you here, cat? Why you sitting on me when I'm trying to wanna get up? Okay, fluff. Pet cat. Too much cat. I'm gonna nip at my fingers. I'm gonna nip at my fingers playfully. I'm gonna relocate you because I want to get up, kitty. Yeah. Yeah. Grab. Very grab. Grab me, I grab you. Mm. Very grab. Can't even. I can't even. Alright, you get up. Yeah. Maybe Maybe I also feed the kitty again. It's probably what is wanted anyway. Yeah, I'll return. Feels like not so shortly. We have in fact returned. The cat has been given food. Less likely to like bother me a ton for a little while. Yeah. Somewhat, yeah. Very, So much, So we have your status. Okay, we put that in there. I think it would probably be a good idea to sort of maybe figure out how to make these modules like exist. Implementation wise, don't think it would be the most complicated thing ever. Though it is obviously somewhat complicated in a way. Let's see, so this is like, I don't know, it's like a bank of registers. And then this one is somewhat specific to the processes. So I think these also probably need some status or values or something. What do we have? Thread status. Thread exception address. And then we see here. The current instruction. And we have the current instruction address. Which are kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of weird-ish values to have. Thread user ID, I think that's gonna be, I don't know, something. Bank select can be a register. And then we got the protection codes. MIE? What is this? A bank? Accept address? And we have the exception codes. What is this one? This is exec run. Run something. Run NLM. Or what is it called? Non-thread area. You know, I don't really specify this, but this does not include shared. This is like what? Running in private memory. But not thread privates. This is like running in shared memory. Or should I say PC? Yeah. I'm going to put an enum for, I don't know, memory protection. Windows 2000? This was like a Firefox thing. So it was running like a web-based emulator in Firefox. It's just something I found on the web. And it's like a bunch of different things. What they call it? Bellard JS Linux or some such. But it's like a bunch of system emulators that run on web pages. We're looking for things that are like the least amount of resources. That ain't it. Let's see here. This is protect NTA memory protect shared. Protection from NTA, protection from shared. Now we want serialize, deserialize, partial equal. I think these are what we could use here. then all of this stuff should probably have defaults. Actually, this one should be skip. These are architectural state things. And then we'll do defaults. For memory protect here. Be off. Just off. Although, really, I think most of this should just be maybe this should be like a structure. The direction of the spaceships is currently very much not yet controllable. It's to do. This is all very much to do. It's kind of what the kind of part of the objective, though. The bank selects exception address. Those need to go out here. Defaults. Debug defaults. The yes. Very yes. Let's see here. I think we're gonna make a function. This will be like 2 use 16 or something. just going to like implement some of this stuff. So very much stuff. What are we gonna do? Self. See load. So many value. Configure the height and width of the pixel array. I mean, technically you could. But there is a very specific amount of memory. And certainly if you were to use like anyone else's programs, they would have a very specific structure to them. Bit 3 is not used. Exact halts. Exact sleep. The stuff with the warp. They are in wrapping space. They orbit the screen. I don't think that the, like, pixel array is, like, the most configurable thing. But as far as the emulator is concerned, it is mostly just, like... It is just a block of memory. The actual emulator isn't really aware of how big the memory is. Which I kind of, maybe, sort of mentioned. Sort of? Sort of. Can we do... use 16 from... What are you? 8? You are 10. Doesn't like my if statements. Why can we not? Do that. What about as U16? Can we do that? Do that. Clone and copy? There are 4,096 words of shared memory, which is like 8,192 bytes, or octets, if you will. I mean, technically the addressable space is like... I don't know, quite a bit larger. But as far as like the output goes, it's 8K of memory arranged as like a 4 kiloword grid or array or something. What am I trying to say? I don't know. I don't know. See, I think we want all of these, bitwise, and whatever this is. Zero not equal value. So we have to put that in here. I'll put that in there. Okay, yeah. And with these, we're gonna have to, like, shift them. What are you? Memory? Memory protects? And with all this stuff, I could put the colon. Argument? Incorrect? Incorrectness? So much eek? Alright, this is a little bit more in line with what I want to hear, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, and then there's like some way of like making this go. How was that? Word? 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 I question what you are doing. somewhat. I was wondering what you... Protections. Protections. No, serialize. A U16. Yeah. Four, 24. What is this thing? This thingy we want deserializer. What is it? E? Where's my trait? Where's my trait when I need it? Wait, okay, you... Or do I need the visitor to do that? I think we might need visitor for this struct. What's it called? Visitor? Very, very. Hello, hello, and welcome. To Comrade's Soul? I-64. Someone. Eek. Result, value. Maybe I don't need to, like, unwrap everything. Pizza. Always with the pizza. Always with the pizza. Never enough giving pizza. Sort of, maybe. What do we want here? An integer. Containing protection bit flags. Probably. This error something. Undeclared lifetime. Let me put this in here. Yeah. All of the files? All of them? All of them? Gasp. Window. That's right about here. Explore. We have source directory. VM contains pretty much all the actual stuff with, like, the actual emulation portion of the software. Like, it has the ship stuff in it. It has the actual, like, instruction implementations. It has the threads, the processes. as I call them. So it more or less contains the implementation of like the emulator itself, as well as the like run length encoding algorithm. VM is also like the root module of the what's it called? The emulator as a library. So it exports things as if it's a library. A register is an implementation of like the 16 by 4 vector integer registers that the virtual machine uses. Persist is the binary serializers and deserializers that the project uses to save its state to the disk files and stuff. They're pretty run-of-the-mill Serde implementations. Kinda, sorta. Opcode has like all the opcode related like decoding stuff. So opcodes are decoded in here. There's formatters to like display them as text, which is where the disassembly comes from. There's also like the different field types for the opcodes. Wave is the CLI implementation of the emulator. So it's got the front end for just like pure CLI use. So it instantiates a copy of the simulation, and then it implements some like commands, text-based commands. Let you like inspect it, inspect the state of the different threads, switch threads, step through programs, run programs, dump out the running state of programs. And then WaveNet, this is like the like network-based implementation. It's kind of like the CLI version, except that it tries to connect to like my streaming system over a WebSocket so that it can be sent WebSocket. It can be sent commands over the WebSocket to remote control it. And it also like listens on some WebSockets. So it opens up a WebSocket and then it sends the state updates if a client connects to it. And this is basically what we run on the stream, is like the WaveNet thing. Like this has all of the chat commands in it. Fabricates chat replies. It has the auth system, the CSS colors, the WebSocket interface, some like runtime stuff, client related stuff. If this has load and save commands, which I think the CLI also has. All of this is expected to come in through a WebSocket. It also has like the multiplayer client system in it. Which isn't really something that like I've described or documented in any way, but does kind of exist. Kind of, sorta. So VM is very monolithic. It contains all the things. For emulation. I thought about like trying to like break these off a little bit more, but they are kind of tightly integrated in a way. So I don't know if it entirely makes sense. So now I got process protections. Why don't we have partial equal? You need to be unreachable. Very unreachable. Hopefully, anyway. Sometimes I wonder why Rust doesn't let me detect that. Did I remember? Oh yeah, it's Rust, and they don't implement all the good stuff. The nominal clock rate or refresh rate is like... I forget what it is. I think it's around 50 like ticks per second or something. Each tick runs, I don't know, tick count. Number of iterations. What is this? So WaveNet, this is 42. 42 clocks per tick, or virtual cycles per tick. And as far as performance goes, I have no idea. Since it's a stream thing, I kind of expect, like, I don't know, upwards of like a few thousand of these to potentially exist. So I think the overlay budget's for around, I think about 1,000. 1,000 ships? Whew. This is, this would be around, what, 2,000 threads at most? Virtual threads? runs 42 clocks, but that doesn't necessarily mean like that's its refresh rate. Its refresh interval is every 18 milliseconds. You can run 2,000 tasks. Keep in mind, like, a wave VM thread isn't a real thread. They're like these fake threads, virtual task things. But I've budgeted for around 2,000 of these to be running. Each ship gets 2, or each user gets 2. Each user gets a ship, and you get a ship, and you get 2 threads to control the ship with. $18 milliseconds is not very much. What is this? 55 hertz, roughly. Times what? The 42 cycles? This would mean each virtual thread gets, like, what? 2.3 kilohertz? The canvas is separate from the emulation. I went over this. I'm pretty sure I went over this. Like if we have emulator, I'll go to overlay. I don't know if this works locally or not. Because of the WebGL2 requirement, and apparently Sway doesn't want to let me use WebGL2 in Firefox for some stupid reason. You clearly have not been paying attention to anything I've been saying. Clearly. Clearly. And I don't appreciate being, like, kind of actively ignored. Because I've mentioned this, what, at least 2 or 3 different times to you specifically, asking me about it. Very yeah. Too much yeah. So much yeah. I was summoned forth Kryta. And then we tasty pixels. Very tasty pixels. I love tasty pixels. Imagine for a second you have Mesaka from the chat. Gasp. Because I am user of chat. And we run a command, a VM, I don't know, run. This goes to the emulator. The emulator is a box, a big giant monolithic box. So it creates what's called a user instance. The user instance belongs to Mesaka, for example. It contains a pair of tasks. And it contains the triangle, which is not very... I did not triangle very well. And then the run command goes to like the specific task. So what the emulator does is it creates this big giant list of tasks that are running. It will take this and we'll put it in a queue of tasks to run. And then once it runs the tasks, it will take this and it will like do something that requires me to draw more. Quite a lot more. Quite a lot more. Because the tasks are emulated using like the VM core. So like the VM core will like read your task. It will read from memories, the memory. These are things that it talks to. And it will also take your ship state, read that, and then update that and put that back. And then from this, it will like take everything from memory and create like a series of like run length encoded messages about memory updates, which are in a block. And then it will also take all of the orientation of all of the ships, and it will store those in a block, like immediately afterwards. Hello, and welcome to the Azure Empress. And then it will take all of this stuff, and then it will send that to, like, the thing that renders all this stuff on the screen. Which is like the VM, the VM.html. It's not really called that, but it kind of is. Animation? What do we mean by animation? I do not know what you mean by this. I just typed the wrong thing. We want to shout out Azure. Very welcome, welcome. And no one could ever tell what you see when you are high. Don't think this is it, though. Don't think this is it. However, these user threads, we can have like 2 different processes. So we can put the 2 different processes in the, like, process queue. This is the process queue. The proc queue. Very. You are the tick. Very. And then you are updates. Update. Or maybe you are delta. I think that's how you delta. I don't know. And this is like the Maisaka user process. The Maisaka user state. You trying to draw with a mouse? This is not easy. Very much not easy. So then you might have different user state for different user state, different triangle orientation. And this might be the what's it called? This might be the Cobra chicken state, for example. I did not give myself enough space to write. UN whack. This is what user state. However, if you do not tell your VM to run, your tasks don't get put in the task queue, they don't get run, and they don't do anything. But the ticker will still take your ship and tick it every single time, even if your threads are not running. And your tick thing always generates updates, and it always generates memory deltas, and it always sends them constantly. The side over here is like, on the right, is like spinning in a loop constantly. Constantly pushing updates. Constantly shoving updates at the overlay. Which is why, if we do command VM save, if we stop this, all the overlay shuts down. Because this thing pushes updates. No updates, no changes. Very, very. And if we restart you, we'll like pick up from where it left off, or wherever it's saved, and it will start generating more updates. Very, very. Confusion? Maximum confusion. I don't know. It can be confusing sometimes, but it's... I don't know. It's a game of sorts. Kind of a sophisticated, like, multiplayer network game at that. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if I expect people to really understand how it works. See, what is this? Protection, colors, command, rewrite, strings. We did quite a number on this structure here. Terminal. Every part of the code base. I tend to be kind of very familiar with like what a lot of the code base does. These are things. The meat VM example is kind of like what's it called? These were some sample programs that I wrote early on. They're just like fill memory type things. Kind of not unlike what is running right now. Oh, there's a pair of like memory fill commands running on I don't know which threads. They're chasing each other around though. Initializing the ship? The canvas is just a client. The canvas is it's a very dumb client. It doesn't have any like simulation stuff in it. It doesn't have like any knowledge of the internal states of anything. It just knows where things are and like what memory looks like. So like the canvas is not even part of the emulator. Not at all. Like the physics, the emulation, the like the ticks, the state updates, all of this is like sitting here on the virtual machine server. It sits on the virtual machine server and like if you prompt the VM to change your position, Canvas doesn't really know per se where you are. The canvas just has like this giant blob of memory, and the memory is just like a bunch of like it's just like a bunch of like deltas. More ands. More gasp. Is this the perfect time for me to like find myself a drink or something? Drink water. Chill. Maybe. We could find overlay. These 350 lines are the canvas. The canvas is two different things. Triangle and the box that draws the background texture. Just a box. So we're gonna get rid of those. We're gonna get rid of whatever that was. We're gonna get rid of all of these. This stuff is all for testing that doesn't get used. This is gonna be not necessary. Yeah. If we make the screen about yay big, then I can fit in this one viewport the entirety of the code that the canvas uses. Barring the silliness to like initialize shaders and WebGL, that's it right there. That is all the code on the canvas. It's literally just like parse network messages, shove them into memory, draw stuff. This is this is the code that runs on the overlay. It's just a bunch of like JS, TypeScript, basically. I could probably smush this down some more. But like, this is like, it's WebGL basically. Just a bunch of WebGL. And there's a bunch of shaders. And by a bunch, I mean like exactly 2. One of them draws the triangles. You give it the coordinates, the X, Y, and rotation, and color, and it draws one of these little triangles at the X, Y, rotation, and color. And then the other shader just like draws the background as a colored texture, which is where the like the little colored squares come from. So the emulator sends you, or sends this thing, all of the coordinates and all of the background color data. These two things actually are in basically the same format almost. Full background color, and then there's like the coordinates and stuff. And the coordinates of all the different like triangles, those are in the same format. They're just like, if you make the memory bigger on the receiving side, you get all the like ship coordinates and stuff after the image data. So technically, there is like more of a texture, and the rest of the texture would be like the state of all the ships. All of the ships are essentially just an extension of the existing texture. I should probably save my like little changes here. I did want to take all that code out. Reload you. Reload you. Gotta have the ships. What do we want? I want to go... Wait, I'm on this window. And we want the buffer for... What's it called? Could be the terminal. It could be... VM. State tracking? I'm not sure what you mean by state tracking. It's the eudaimoniac. Hello, hello. Very hello, hello. Very Where is context? Just some context. Let's see, what else do we need in the chips? Spinny triangles. I mean, there's kind of a bit in here. There's like flight control module. Lets you like fly the ship around. There is a radar and scanning module, which lets you like detect other ships and objects. There's a navigation module, which is kind of like... You can use this either with the radar module or standalone. It helps you like lock onto targets and fly towards them. And then later on we're going to add laser weapons. Maybe we add gathering? Not sure. And then I have some maybe built-in programs. There's a lot to do. Kinda sort of a lot to do. But the first thing we're trying to tackle, first thing that I've been trying to do on this stream is build like the system for modules. We're trying to implement the modules so that you will be able to actually like start to write programs to fly these things, and I think we're sort of close on this. I think we need to make an abstraction for IO space rights. IO writes and IO reads, which are probably going to be done Like calling. Wherever it is. Run. Probably run. The VM commands, these do in fact work. Like the basic functionality here is like you can actually program these, kind of. Like the virtual machine core works. People have written programs for the virtual machine. You can upload programs, you can debug programs, you can start and stop programs. The Rust, you probably missed something. I kind of been mentioning this kind of all throughout the stream. But this is like a distributed project. So like the emulator is a service written in Rust. The like stream gizmo is like a web page written in TypeScript. The stream integration stuff is done by like having the emulator service connects to like a stream management service, which is a separate program. It's just a bunch of different processes. A bunch of different processes, like the stream thing is like a process that runs over here in like the tmux container. The emulator is a process that runs over here in a different tmux page. The overlay stuff, that's like a browser source running inside of like OBS on a different computer, mind you. It's almost time for my break. Break time. So we're gonna spawn, what is it, Steam. It's reminding me that I need to take breaks. Display number? Not the number. We're gonna run the ducks again. Whilst I take break. Very, very. Because I'm gonna be like... I don't know, I'm gonna be away for at least 20-ish minutes. At least 20, maybe around 30, I don't know. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, but I'm probably gonna be like... I don't know, I'm gonna get up, probably gonna get a snack. I have to go out for like 10 minutes or so as well. So yeah, that's roughly about 20 to 30 minute break. And then we shall return to resume things. Things. All the things. And I did drink the water. Quick. Quack. The ducks are back. And by the way, you will probably get one by saying something in chat. This is what triggers them to spawn. Kind of. Ow. I return after time, somewhat time, during break time of ad break time of time. Fear not. Or it may in fact be snack time. Possibly. Are we quack? Are we maximum quack? Don't know. Don't know. Very sorry though. Not the noises. Too many noises. What am I supposed to do? Be like, itadakimasu? Um? Um. And then, oishii. Maybe. Maybe. I never know. Hello, hello. And welcome, welcome to Hidoto. Ducks. We just keep saving them up. Unfortunately, the upper limit is kind of limited because that tends to happen. So we got what, 70? 72? Definitely a number. Combat mode. Combat mode. Combat mode. It might be. Spin, 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 spin. I think after this ad break goes through, we're gonna turn on combat mode. It also kind of gives all the ducks a chance to level up. Let the combat commence. Some of the blank ones are getting taken out. We've lost System D. Yemens. The Yemens. It's like Jamaican services. Yemen is Jamaican service. I might have to agitate the nameless ducks. Or give them names. The overlay? The actual virtual machine itself, that part is on GitHub. The like visualization overlay part, maybe not so much, although that's just like a very simple page, and I don't know, I should just put that in the repository. Because it's kind of like not as useful without it. I mean, if you really want something to clone and run, it was perishing. You could grab this, what's it called? There's an assembler. You could write the actual programs for the silly thing. Remote. Like that's definitely something to look into. Or if you like run the VM help page. This link here, if you follow this. Like, yes, this is obviously the text file. About how to use it. But if you go up a level, it's like these are the actual dependencies. This is like the actual virtual machine stuff. This is like the network thing, which doesn't have some of the new changes in it. And then there's like the CLI version, if you want to play with that. Very Roxas 6. Hello. Jolly Jumper cannot be allowed to survive in the pool. Very. Evis. None of Evis. The bits. All of it is network based. it's all assumed that the services are going to be like running separate from each other. Antivirus. Compose? Like, I don't know. There's really much... I don't think there's really much benefit to that or not. If you want to contribute such a thing, then I'm not gonna say no. But like, I don't know if I'd see there's much practical use for it. Because it's... I don't know. It's a game for streams. Oh, the alien is gone. Need more agitation of the ducks. I need to get these system services to fight. The PDP-11 can fight ZFS or something. This pumpkin. Just nudge them in a certain direction. I'm sure it will go fine. Like we can play Pong with the ducks. Not really what I meant to do, but okay. Yeet. No PDP-11. Alright, now we just have to contend with I Love My Lazy Monkey or System 5 and Int. I don't know, System 5 and Int seems like a very powerful service. Bonk. Who will come out victorious? I wasn't expecting to maybe kill all of them, but maybe I was. I'm gonna get rid of the sinkers. System these ducks. Ayaya. Ayaya. I'm just really good at predicting the future. Clearly. Too much future. Who will come into contact with the other duck? Oh, so close. Get back in there. You must fight to the death. Maisaka decrees it. That's not quite what I meant to have happen, but I'll take it. They're all gone. Oh well. They have all been destroyed. A very gasp. They both died simultaneously. And I also regret to inform you that it is no longer snack time. Yeah. All according to Keikaku. Heel note. Keikaku means plan. Alright, where are we at here? Run. No more eating. It's back to work. What do I need? We need mutable context. Context. A VM user context. This has like everything that's not part of the user process. But we have to put this in run. Is that wherever we call run? It should be new ref user ref context. And there's the other one out here. Simulation. Text. Mutable. User reft. Bereft of context. Oh, they're both in the same place. Duh. What about in test configuration? Because this has to be run in test configuration, right? Term test. Yeah, we're missing a bunch of stuff in the VM of the test module, which is all the way at the bottom. We got here bank select 0. Or maybe we have bank select 1. Current instruction. Something. Current instruction address. Something. Exception address. Protections. True. Bank rate is going to be true. Internal address, maybe true. Things like sleep. Exec halt. And share false. In NTF false. from NTA. Be what? Memory protect. Read 0 from shared. Memory protect. Access exception. Maybe you should be read only. And then for ship agent thing. More of the same. Some of that. Here, what do we complain about? Bank select. 0. Section address 0. Current instruction address 0. Current instruction also 0. Protect. Protections default. One of these failed. Persist. Persist failed? Eh? Rust back a trace. Assert failed. Assert failed. Reflective persist test. Breakable point. Breakable point. Speaking of breakable point. What are we? Reflective persist test. 17. 9, 8. One, 8, 6, 6. Assert equals. Assert. Assert. Very assert. these don't test equal. Because what? Context doesn't persist in some way. There's a bunch of floating point numbers in them. It's not a question like how or if we can equal. And I don't think we can do that for float. What is like not working with this then? This context is too obnoxious. Where is... Where's this compare function at? And then we're gonna go through users. And then we're gonna grab is it reflected? Users. And we're gonna get value. We're going to expect this to exist. Very E. And then we have LHS. And then we have Huta 2H. And what do we do? We do LHS proc. Versus RHS proc. And then we have agent. And then we have context. Context versus context. So what is it not like about these? These are the proc elements. I should probably hydrate, huh? Yeah. Yeah. I don't, I don't, I don't see it. I kind of don't see it. Something about these is different, though. Well, it's probably like current instruction. We don't serialize those. So like those would be expected to be 0. For sure. And at the M. I think I have this figured out though. Yeah. Yeah. Not enough. Yeah. Let's find run. When we do run, we're going to do self current instruction address. Now we're going to do self current instruction. Now we're going to put opcode stuff. The assert. The asserts that you were looking at, those are part of the test code. Where is that? Reflective persist test. It's part of the persist VM test. And it ensures that like state of the VM can be fully recalled from like loading it out of memory. Or loading it to and from files or something. Using like the serialization thing? Library? Ow. Stupid chair. Something caught under the wheel of the chair. Stupid chair. You made me look bad. Ooga booga booga. Courage screaming.wav. Hello and welcome to Sea of Tranquility. I'm getting stuck in my chair, apparently. But on a more serious, realistic-ish note, working on overlay things. Overlay things. Yeah. Such with like the virtual machine and whatnot. Speaking of, I kind of want to resize this. I have the page. I want to change this to render at the full 1080 height. The Mesaka. Never enough Mesaka.
222 Ruru.
It's the revenge of the CSS. The revenge of the CSS. Very shabby CSS. Very E. I forget which transform feeds into the background texture thing. What was this? Screen? You screen? Or I screen? No, wait, that's not even the one I want. Or is it? Yeah, I wanted to offset this. offset this by some number of pixel. Some number of pixel. Constant. A box of Y top of the box. Where did we put the box? You are roughly at 82.96. Well, that's not a real number. 80. Box does not go on shelf. Elf goes on shelf. A fox goes in box. Fox goes on fox. Typing chibi intensifies. Cat goes in hat. Socks on fox, in box, on blocks. Locks in Fort Knox. I want this to be at position 0, and I gotta make the page big. I'll make the page maximally sized. A maximum velocity. I think the background went missing. Well, that's not right. It's sorta up there. It's sorta like... I think we're being like... a UV-ified the wrong way? That's not what we want. Also, it was not visible until now, so that's sort of not definitely not what I want. Can we make you 1920? Maybe. probably. And then that needs to be landed by what, 256? What, 7.5? Now we want to multiply that by 30, 32. Which is basically 4, or no, 240. Yeah, and then background here. We're gonna use UV coordinates. I don't know where the top of the box is, but that looks a little bit better. Kind of up there. Wait. This is a fill program. If I want it to fill data in, we can just be like E. Because the parameter for my program is E. Of course, it's not where I want it to be, but that's fine. I think it's fine. It's okay. It'll do. E stands for execute. Different color, different pattern. Execute. Anyways. Oh, damn it. The input just went away. My window. Dashboard window just went away. I really sometimes kind of want Firefox do not have certain keybinds? Because they are kind of, sort of, very obnoxious sometimes. No, we want build. Save. State save. Wait, I didn't do what I wanted to do, which was, let's see, in the tick function, I want this to extend the full size of the screen. And now, the little triangles will drift about everywhere. Everywhere. Because everybody needs little spaceships to drift across their stream, right? Right? Clearly? Nothing could possibly ever go wrong with this. That, this, that, this? Which word is it? I'm trying to say both at the same time, and that's not gonna work. I think we're gonna need, like, some way of, like... I don't know, stopping programs that are trying to write to the shared memory. Like, as much as I like... love, even, the memories, like, fill programs. I think we need a system to stop them. The shared memory police. Sort of. Because if you get something that's running like, I don't know, boring gradient fill, or if you have like pattern fill. Are we gonna kill the task that is writing? Kill tasks that are writing there? The spinny fill? The triangles? If you want more triangles, then we have to convince everybody to summon them. We must convince everyone to summon them. So what is this? This is text. How to summon your triangle. Where's that? Where's that font? Where'd that font at? Trungulate. Could not be trungulated. See, how big do I want this font to be? Not like super huge. 36 is probably fine for a title text. VM. Summon? Ah, it's a little bit. It's a little small, but it maybe works. Color. Make the text a color so as not to be too text. Not too bright. Maybe. Darkish bluish color, maybe? I don't know. Or this one. We could use this one. More summon. Oh, that's enough contrast. Wait, outline. Very intense outline. I don't know, I almost want a dark outline. Dark outline. Slightly lighter text. Maybe it could be green. Make the text green. How do I put that? I don't know. Off to the side or something? Or it is far less likely to get obscured. Possibly. The connections. Connections come in like two different flavors. Basically though, in WaveNet, configuration is kind of down here at the bottom. Sort of. Except for like where its control channel is. Or 23.192. This is for like this is for updates. Updates from to from the overlay. Mostly just to the overlay. 23.191. This is for multiplayer clients. Which is something we don't really implement yet. And then somewhere in here, remember where. There's... There's a connection. There's a connect, which goes to the 23190. This is where the control channel is expected to listen. Overlay. Yeah, we don't really have the overlay committed. Okay, here. Add source. I don't remember what. I don't remember what we were doing here. Diff with head. Then we got here. We have commands. Commands rewrite. More VM registers. More VM state, kinda, sort of. Kinda, sort of. And then, if we want the, like... If we want, like, the overlay, that is... the actual page. This is... M source. I don't know what I called this thing. I don't remember what I called this thing. I had a term for it. VM. That seems kind of boring. E. A sort of E. Alright, does this include anything? No, that's about it. I just moved the overlay to... That's not the file. That's the script code. Ay, ay. We want this. This is going to be the HTML. And then I think we also need to copy hopefully like tsconfig. Maybe the package. Probably. So you are wave 2. Version 2. We need scripts. Don't need scripts. I don't think we need that. I don't recall if we need this for the screen. Probably not. Visualizer. Maybe it's just visual. Maybe it's the renderer. Renderer? Renderer? Does it really have a main? No. Probably not. Probably not. I don't know if you need any of this stuff. Probably not. Don't need none of that. I don't think we do. I love E. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. None of E, I don't need that. Don't have depth. Don't need sampler. Don't need this thing. Don't need this thing. Pizza. Everyone's always talking about pizza. I'm like, Andrew, okay. I am okay sometimes with pizza. Each stream, we have condensation. Condense everything down. You know, eventually, you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to like grab the background, the code. We're gonna have to like smush it down into a little box like that, and then we take the Meisaka and we make 2 of them, and then we gotta make it bigger. And now all of the code is perfectly visible. If I lean to the side. Why have I done this? I don't know. I don't know. But now I have to put this back. I think it went here. Hard to tell sometimes how big this thing is. There we go. Also, we're editing the file. We're editing a file inside of a NeoVim instance, which is running inside of a terminal, which is running inside of NeoVim. I think there's many layers. The Yawa? The Yawa? The Yawas are invading. Gonna delete this test code. Yep, you don't need that. Clearly not. This is technically TypeScript, which is just JavaScript. JavaScript with types attached to it. You don't need random IP address of the service. Clearly not. Imagine if I made my constants more configurable. A maximum configurable. Render buffer? I don't do we use render buffer? I don't even know. I don't even know. Wait, do we call these? What are we supposed to call these? Otherwise we would be closuring thing that doesn't actually happen. That would be some silliness. Very. Oof. I don't know if. Oof. This is crazy. Is he get called? Crazy line. Idle. Line. Error. Thousand viewers that spawn triangle. Then there would be too many triangle. Too many triangle. And it will just not render that many. It probably, though, it might need an upper limit on the offset. The meme limit. Meme length. Meme length. break. Can't handle that many triangles. Although that would be like very that would be very that would be very for so many reasons. Now instead of the crazy, you need to just, I don't know, delete all the crazy values. Those don't get used for anything. Like, at all. Whatsoever. Not at all. Not at all whatsoever. Nope. Clearly not. What do we have here? We have shared size. Is, I think, 2 cells. I think. We're gonna what? Shared size times 2 or plus try size. Trimem size. Render. Stop rendering. You see, if I look at them very carefully. Mode. EMU. Could be GC lag. Could be a number of things. Yeah, they kind of do hitch every so often. It's an OBS browser source. What do you want from it? times 2, 8 times triangle. Eight times triangle. It's 8 words per triangle. Can render 1024 triangles. Which kind of prompts me to maybe, probably, reduce the rendering instance count. This is like E. The Yaba script. Y'all got enough Yabas? Yaba the Hutt? I could make it Soul 1024. And memory size would be I don't know, 8 times number of triangle. I think. A variate number. Okay, 2. Shove these up here. that in there. The focus. Are we poking at the Meisaka? The E? Not enough E? Where'd the line go? The line went missing. However, did my line go missing? I don't know. I don't know. We don't know. Mystery. Oh, the missing line. I might find it eventually. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. What are you? You are test data. Test data. We don't need test data. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Not at all. Offset. Length. This is supposed to be in words? Not bytes. Words. How many? render at most. The answer is many. A great many. I don't know if I would I would keep this or not in terms of code base. Oh well. I got package. Yes config. Web. You in web. Put you in source. Maybe. Commit. Something HTML that may work or may not. And maybe. You never know. As far as the overlay that I have goes, this one probably is the wrong size. There aren't that many of these. Or are there? Did I actually buffer enough memory for 1,000 of these things? 2,000 of these things? Then we didn't do it? Didn't do any of it? We didn't do any of it. Yeah. They do kind of get stuck, though. this is definitely a truth. Interval. I don't know if we need to render on interval. Just need to render on message. So as long as memory keeps up the pace, or the messages do, it would be fine. Would be okay. Hierarchical. Curious. Curious. I don't know if Q-disc is a term that I'm familiar with. If this is like a shortening of something else. Queuing discipline. Q to ISK. Yes, the queues must be disciplined to reset my placement, because I am like being placed the wrong way, always. E. Excessive yawning. Just gonna yawn some more, why don't I? Everything looks kind of saved. You know, we don't have any ducks. I kind of destroyed all of them and then cast them into the void. We cast them into the void. The void star. Void star, pointer star. As far as I know, this like adjusts the. There's like in-game music, but I usually have it off. Usually. Because typically I have my own music running. Clicking on this appears to like change it. It's Hollow Christmas Ween. Behold snow. Usually though, I like my own music. Not enough quack. Not enough quack. All of the ducks were tossed into the void and pecked by birds. Oh wait, they are birds. Maybe. Oh well. Zero. 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 I think I'm gonna make my thread clear memory instead of this weird pattern of bars. The bars. The yawning is truly, truly excessive. Not enough green? Enough blue-green? Green-blue? I don't even want to know what I've managed to do today. Something, maybe. What are we doing? This? Maybe one of these? Maybe one of these? The memory. The memory? Do we though? I don't think anyone gets it. I don't think anyone understands. I feel like no one understands. None understands at all. How to VM. How to wave to. Nobody knows how to wave to. Are you getting lost in space? Gasp. This is what changing the colors of it is for. Pick a color that's unique. Identifiable. Green doesn't color very well. I don't know why, but the green is very dark. Very dark. Oh, the ducks have day-night cycles. Maybe the Misaka-verse needs day-night cycles. Implement. Implement. No variable translucency or some such. I don't know. You know, I don't think I would even realistically be able to, like, take a break that lasts less than 5 minutes. If I have to get up. Five minutes might even be a stretch. Pun fully intended. Less than 5 minute break. Probably like get up out of my chair and then sit back down again. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi there. Welcome. This is a thing, right? Right? A very description. Very description. That is not at all what this is. Is it now? What is this called? This is Electric Angel. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. We have returns. Too much. Right. There should be. Somewhere in rock. A function. And the function should be to read and write from memories. Not the memories. This is very much what the word for it? It's a lot. A lot of memory operations. Technically, I think all memory operations probably be handled in a way where they can be deferred by default. which is kind of, I guess, limited to the load and store operations, kind of, but like, not quite. Let's see here, we have store. I think all the deferred operations here instead of a load and store. Being separate. I think maybe, maybe. Maybe, maybe. Maybe I should like pre-compute like both what do you call it? Pre-compute addresses or some such, and then put memory back. Very delay. Not enough delay. Maybe, maybe. Instead of delay store having lists of things, indexes. Indexes. We have probably like U8, an array of U16, then maybe up to two register. Or no. No, not quite, because if it's your, we just have a bunch of values. Which should be, I guess, in the form of like array of tuple. I think. And delay load be U8. Array of tuple. Or no, I have like intermediate registers that we can load from. So you can be option, I think. Yeah, I think we're gonna change how this works in terms of like deferred operations. Let's see, we'll get rid of limits. We have address register. Maybe? No, I don't even think I would need that. I think addresses. Addresses would be pre-computed. Or maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know where to put these. Let's see. So if we are at stage, what makes stage be? I think a number. I think. What do we want here? We want probably ignore all the swizzles. And then we want. I don't know if there's a good way of doing stage. It's just that we end up with the correct number without setting some sort of limit. I could encode the limits. I could encode limit in the stage value. That'd be kind of eek. Yeah, we don't want these to increment addresses. It's gonna be Y Z Uwu. The usual numbers. Indeed, this is probably going to closer resemble the gather operation I think. Except it's not gonna be that. Y, Z. Oh, woo. And then... And then... Store? Store, we're gonna increment. With load, we're also gonna increment these. B. B. Bzz. Bzz, bzz. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Or bzzing. Can't be good. That can't be good. Stage. Stage set. 7. Seven is a good number. Stage. 7. Very overly complicated. Massively overly complicated. And stage, we're just gonna like, what, add 1 to it? Yeah, I think so. I think this is so. Scatter doesn't exist. I mean, it kind of does, but it also kind of doesn't. In a way. triangles have breach containment. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. There's too many of them. So hello there. There are too many of them. Store doesn't have a value, does it? Maybe results? Render capabilities. Render capabilities. Excessive render capabilities. So you are some register, some index. Just some index. Quack. Maximum quack. I don't think you can do less than 4 words. Okay, none. It's not covered. clearly will not do. Right. Yeah. Take. Take. Never enough take. Okay, so what are we gonna have here? We need delay load. Scale. 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 Zero is 4. We have 3 minus 0, which should give us 3, 4 sort of thing. Really, we don't want that. We want U8. I think we can get rid of all of these into calls. Something on store. Scale. I might change how scale is displayed. I think it's just going to be a number. this will do. Let me like delete a bunch of these. Enough pizza. Never enough pizza. One day I'll probably have more pizza. Maybe. Very, comma. Somewhat, comma. Isn't enough, not enough quack. These are now very much different size. One and two. 1 and 2. And the quack. And the quack. Maybe there is enough quack, I don't know. Quack? Quack? We're just quacking, apparently. Apparently. Clearly. Did I get all of these? I think we got all these. Red. Blue. Green. Red, green, and a blue. Hello, hello. And welcome, welcome. I yawn so much. What even? I'm glad I have that yawn. If it's not yawning, then like, what am I even doing? Lost it? How could you lose it? Do I need to put names on these things? Do we need to just like attach names to them? They also spin around kind of crazy. The location? I mean, there's sort of a way of locating them. You can colorize them. Although, I am trying to work on making it so that you can, like, control them easier. Okay, I'll go back to VM. Bedtime is an eternity from now. Right? No. Small eternity. Small eternity. Destination register. Destination register. I forget how I use these. Let's see, will be loaded or written to memory. This is our results. That is gonna be our result. Red. Very, very red. Very extremely red. There's quite a few red ones. What if I made them like leave little trails or something? Be kind of fancy. Fancy? Color change? What if they all start changing colors? Then what? What will you do then? Rapidly? Well, here's the thing. They're programmable. So, like, if you want them to change colors, you would write program. You would write program to, like, make it change colors for you. So, this should be, I think, in the list here. I don't know if I, like, pushed any of these or not. I forget. But somewhere in the description of flight controls. You have, like... There's like 2 different modes. So you can do... You can like request a velocity relative to the background. Or you can like just sort of like tell it to run. I think. I don't remember how I made this work. But yeah, you basically like tell it how fast you want to go, and then it will try to like... It will try to do that for you. And the design of the ship is such that like... Technically you can accelerate in all 4 directions. All 4 Cartesian directions relative. But like forward thrust is gonna be like the most like responsive. Or it's gonna have like the most thrust. So that's gonna be a thing. Kind of. Kind of. A very L value. Too much L of the value. Like for delay. Very delay. It's not gonna be sleep for delay. This is gonna be... It's gonna be delay. You're gonna be number. Otherwise, technically no sleep. No sleep for thread. See, and then what do we want here? We want increment. Some rval. I don't know if I want rval here. So what is rval? This is like the target? Very target. Very, very targeted. Now, what are you? You are source. Increment. I think with an increment functions we want. What's something here? What do we? What do we play here? Very source? I'm making such a mess of these. Such a mess. So we have load. Load increments. And then we got load something or other. Load something or other. Very anime. No, we might combine these. All of them. Because there is a bug here in the like storage load store functions. that is so unbelievably, ridiculously exploitable. Like, what even? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I can't believe that I can't believe I left it like that. I can't believe I didn't catch that. What are you doing? We are making a, like, stream game thing. Like an overlay game, or a stream gizmo, if you will. The KiCad. Why do we need the help with the KiCad? What trouble have you with the KiCad? I will recognize the fact that KiCad is not the most easy thing to learn or use. So I don't know if I have it installed on this computer. Probably on my other computer. Is impossible? I don't know about impossible. It's not impossible, it's just difficult. It's very, shall we say, difficult. You don't know it, but you already hate it. It makes some interesting decisions. To say the least. I think we're gonna get rid of all of these. We're gonna move this over here, maybe. And we're gonna get rid of all those. More of all those. Jolie. We got Joel. Maybe we Joel Est. Only the Joel Est memory. I think delay has to go last. last in the memory. Because if we go down to like wherever delay load is implemented, but we're gonna do sleep for, and then we're gonna pick a delay. And we're gonna make it recompute the delay based on address. Instead of using the same address delay every single time. Which means privexec. This privexec query thing, this needs to move somewhere else. Somewhere else. The risky 5? Yeah, I was writing a Risk 5, like, emulator of sorts. Which is supposed to be, like, cycle accurate, kind of low level, and it's supposed to be, like, capable of, like, running, like, in a web page. I don't know why I made it work inside of a web page, but, like, I wanted visualization for some reason, and we put this in a web page. I would say that I'm not really done with that. We are going to revisit it, but, like, it's probably going to be a while before I revisit it. Bye? We disappearing? Very disappear. This is memory address. Very very I have a lot of projects. Very Why are we quacking? Always with the quacking. Is this the delay for load, or is this delay for store? I think this is delay for load. Defer store, delay up. about here? Would be 0. Syntax error. You belong right there. Yeah. Then this is redundant. The Waylands? The Wayland stuff, I was implementing like the low-level Wayland protocol basically from scratch. Like I was reading like the protocol documents and then like performing code gen on them, turn them into like binding code. And then I was using that to write the write out the protocol to the sockets, and we made a window appear. Made a window appear by yelling at the IPC socket. Which I think is like a pretty good milestone for something that was like I don't know, doesn't do much. Started from basically nothing. I don't know if I ever got around to like actually poking at the DRM interface though. It is something that I was considering looking into though. Because I want to like what's it called? Why am I drawing a blank? I wanted to make it so that I could call the Vulkan API, have Vulkan render to the window. I didn't get that far though. So, like many things on the to-do list, you know, I'm kind of torn about whether or not I want to do the result right back until like memory is accessed or not. But I'm also kind of thinking that I don't really want to roll back the memory. Or I don't want to roll back the state anytime this thing hits an exception. See, where does delay... Where's delay supposed to go here? So there's two different, like, patterns. Let's see, which one do I want here? I think we want this thing... You return a new address. Okay. So this one, these should be the updated values. And these should be like the initial values. Programming. I don't know how many people ask this question. But the answer that I typically give is something that is like more than 20 years. At this point, I don't even know. Other than a long time. Quite the lengthy amount of time. Of course we don't document this. I have Yeah, vague memories of writing programs. See, I don't think this is like what I want here. This can be increment. Kind of probably. Learn what to make. You must make something that you find interesting. That you find compelling to make. Well, this is not always the easiest thing to discover. These have to be what? Self? I think. And then what do we want? L val increment. Because I don't need this one. Also, hello. And welcome to the Sherlock. You know, this feels like people show up late in the stream. Which is a very specific hour of the day. And it's kind of like, I don't know, I wish my schedule were more aligned to like being able to stream at this hour. Let's see, what are you? You are scatter increment. Scatter increment. Scatter. Dust on the wind. Let's see here. if it's store increment or store, I'm gonna run these. And if it's store increment specifically, always save this. Multi-threading. Multi-threading. Very multi-threading. Ow. Multi-threading is kind of like... It's typically regarded as being difficult. But I would say it's not like any particularly bit more difficult than some things out there. Probably. It is kind of hard in general. But there are some like primitives that you can kind of lean on to like make it easier to understand. Because it is a form of parallelism. And parallelism go burr. So what do we want to do with address? So many address. Let's see, you are a match. Chibi bouncing intensifies. A. Planet. Why are we crafting planets? Not the planets. This is not really a good way of, like, making this go. Why gamma prism thing does in fact change the chibi. All of the channel point rewards are designed such that they could be potentially stacked in pretty much any combination you want. It's like Bad Apple stacks with chibi, as well as regular. All the prisms stack with like the different model types. You can change the chibi model type. There's a chat command for it because it's basically free for as long as the chibi is active. And then like the hollow projector thing, this also sort of stacks with everything else. It's visually kind of a lot. So many things. So very much you can experiment. Find all the combinations. Maybe. Maybe there are yet more. We don't know. Alpha Prism. Prism Alpha. I think running all three of the prisms typically makes me greenish blue. Yeah, that looks about right. It seems about right. Eyes. The eyes are very much kind of obscured, but that also is a little bit chibi dependent. Like there's another chibi that has more contrasting eyes. Not that anyone switches them very much. So like if we do regular dark-eyed chibi, a little bit more contrasty. Contrasty. E. Somewhat E. Stream title is deep. We get out of points. You're spending all the points. Gasp. I'm gonna put this increment in here. I forgot that one. I believe I forgot that one. This code is kind of vaguely difficult to follow. Kind of, sort of. increment in here. Maybe. How many opcodes? Too many opcodes. Duck spawn. Evil duck spawn. Cause that's still sitting in there. I don't actually think it's that many opcodes, but it is kind of a few. Kind of a fair few. Everything else, ignore. A very number. Yeah, I kind of think that I might need a wand. Need and or wand. Probably the sequence of numbers. I mean, when it comes to, like, readability of the thing, like, it is, a giant match statement. A big match statement. I'm gonna sleep 4. Sleep 4 value. Delay. I'm gonna recalculate the delay. Based on the index, the address. Which means I don't need to put, I don't need to put the delay in here. We're not gonna put the delay in there. That is kind of pointless. I have made this way simpler. In terms of like what this structure actually stores. Kind of. Store doesn't take values. Ever. I don't think it would be. I think this would be a thing that we do. Not mutate. You will be mutatable then. Mutatable, potatable. Immutable, potatable. Then gather. Gather could be different. You're back. Back again. The triangles. These are what I like to call the ships. The ships. So one of my stream gizmos is the virtual machine. And the virtual machine is supposed to like allow you to like program these little spinning spaceships to not spin. They spin by default. We didn't make enough of the program to make them not spin. So they're spinning. But we did make enough of the program to make them randomly spin. So they're randomly spinning. Amazing that. You know, I could take all the code applies to gather and store, and we could just glue them together. I might do that. I might take this. Go down here. You down here. Return true from anything that does store. Otherwise false. And be like if match do store. I don't know if I should put that up there. That. I'm not gonna get the code. This would not end well. Delay. Defer. Too much defer. Why is this destination optional? Bell? I don't think you have. I think what you probably heard is the pond, the pool, the duck, boing. Because they are back there. Lurking in the shadows, in the deep. Oh no, wait. Why are we 10 hour? Why have I been going 10 hours? So you're gonna need load, increment, gather, increment. And then some register. We yawn enough? We need some more yawns. Yeah, at some point I stopped feeling tired, and this is the point at which I'm like concerned. A little bit. Slight concern. Also, this is store value is not going to work. Because we need to match all of them. Ugh. This idea of returning something that's not going to work. Instead, we have to take all of these. All of these. All of the things. I want to to match up code. What'd you order? Is it safe to import? Are you a spy for the Chinese Communist Party? Why does it say laser? Cheap import? I have so many doubts. I have some doubts. You might encounter some some trickery with that. Okay. Not enough. Okay. Unreachable. Maybe. Did you add load store opcodes? I would hope not. Ugh, what do we need here? We need delay and then defer up. And then we're gonna get these from this thingy. This thingy. Yeah, this thingy. This thingy. Some parens. And have delay. Gamma. Can go in there very nicely. Yes, maybe. Gamma. Oh, we got the defer up. And then or that delay thing for sleep for delay. %% of the shipment burned. Is it toxic? I can't tell if it's toxic or not. Probably toxic, right? Totally toxic. It's totally poison, right? It's not toxic. It's not toxic. No, looks kind of sus. Kind of sus. Kind of hella sus. Alright, and then we glue those together. That's it, nothing says elaborate. Elaborate? Like a bunch of valleys. What are we doing here? These are what, not equal? If these are equal, 0. Else, yeah. Yeah. I had to send stuff through customs once. And I remember them charging me for import duties or something. Destination. Destination? We don't need destination, right? No, clearly not. If we do, we can abstract it. Or extract it. One of these words. Maximum extraction. Extraction. More pizza. Why the uptick in the requests for pizza? Need I be concerned? I'm not a source of pizza. It seems like misinformation of the highest degree. Result? There's no results? None? None type results? Code index, opcode index. Some result. I have no idea if this is going to work properly or not. I know my previous one didn't necessarily. So now that we've like supposedly kind of maybe fixed this. Car on cargo test. Error. What about build? Build works, test does not build. That's sort of like vaguely annoying. So you are 3 elements. You are 0. You are 3. 3. 3. Well, these gather terms are not going to be... It's not going to be equivalent. This is not going to be equivalent. if we have elements that don't match up, then persistence is gonna like reset everything. Because we're not incrementally adding stuff. We're basically removing stuff. Quite a bit of stuff, actually. Where's this fill program at? This is the thing that is running on my thread to like clear the screen constantly. I kind of want to demonstrate the craziness that is like the... It's basically an exploit. So my program uses a bunch of these default registers. We grab here, we take R0. So we swizzle like a bunch of copies of this number. Yum. Then what do we swizzle R7? So what it wants is to take we want the C7 values. And I think we want these in R2. So the way this works and why this is so ridiculous. So we put Y value. We put the private memory in like the first element, this like X element. And then we put the shared memory element afterwards. Because that's a thing. What is an R1? Five. Maximum pixel fields? I don't recall if I wanted to do that. What's R1 is colors. More hydrate. Too many hydrates. So the idea here is that we do a scatter operation. And then we take the X field in R2 and we just continuously overwrite the X field in R0. So that R0 dot X will always point it at private memory. Always. See, R7, this is for looping. Yeah, this is the start of the loop. Yeah. I think I might also set the different addresses. The initial addresses, we get these from like C7. But like, there's no reason why we need to get them from C7. We could get them from C1. And then they can be parameters. So I want to give it a 60. Thalvik. 2, 4, 4. And then maybe 8. And then my fill value will be 0. So we're gonna write these tasty constants. Constances? And then I'm gonna go to the terminal and we're gonna make this into a program. I kinda wish it wouldn't like spit it out like that, but oh well. So what do I want to do? We want to do health. We want new code. Like so. So now I'm not going to be clearing memories anymore. And then we're going to like dump out the little program here to verify that it is in fact scatter operation. And then we're gonna restart. I'm gonna restart my thread. And this should, if I read correctly, it should just like clear memory super ridiculously fast, maybe. Or it will crash. I don't know. It is supposedly running. Supposedly. So R0 is kind of backwards. Kind of not what I wanted it to do. We don't need these swizzles here anymore. Because I'm doing the setup. So we're gonna like halt the VM again. And we're gonna put this code which looks like move, swizzle, scatter, move. This sort of thing. Stuckening. Hello. And now we're gonna restart. And now, memory clear program go burr. Very burr. I just made the most broken program in existence. E. By by exploiting my own virtual machine. Like, who knew? Hello world. An X11. Will you do that from scratch? What, make window? In the X11? I don't know. I don't know the X11 protocol. It's something like open some IPC socket. Some Unix socket. Scream a bunch of commands at it. Listen to what it says back to you, and then you probably have to map some memory at some point. And then you will eventually have window. And maybe. I'm very unfamiliar with X11. Yes, you have to communicate with X server. How do you think other programs talk to X server? Well, they talk over connection. They talk over the connection. A very signal. Too much signal. What am I doing? More scratch. Well, I mean, if you want to go deeper than like X server, then you wouldn't use the X server at all. You would grab the raw frame buffer. You would become X server of your own, or you just wouldn't do that. You just grab frame buffer, throw memory at the pixels. Nobody says you need GUI. Nobody says you need X to be running. You just need to yell at the kernel and ask it for some memories. Talk to 3D hardware directly, that's a bit of a step that's kind of a little bit obscured. Oh, how did you what? Open a frame buffer? Now we open frame buffer? If we go into /dev, there's a bunch of things in here. And there's these things called FB, short for frame buffers. Frame buffer is a delicate soul. Is it now? And if you like scream at these, you scream some data into these things, they will put stuff on the screen, I think. So what is DRI? these are also kind of important. So, step 1, you want to become a root. Step 2, go into delve. Step 3, what is it? DD. We can use DD for this, I'm sure. Bytes, count, copy only, and input blocks. Yes, this is what we want. You can just mem map it. This is true. I was gonna use 0, but urandom is maybe more fun. And then I think it's I want to say it's 1 that we want to mess with, and then we want count 5 blocks. Sleep for a second. I don't think that did anything. Got frame buffer 0. Block size? I don't know. Maybe it's the default. It's usually 512. I'm poking all these frame buffers, and I don't know if these are like actually doing anything. But also, you're not just supposed to poke them. How about we just spin? Spin, spin, spin. Okay, I don't think that worked. 1. I think the compositor is kind of not happy about me. It's just screaming at these things. Can we, like, memory add it? 3 megabytes. I don't know if this is actually doing anything. It might just be ignoring the frame buffers, because, like, we have a compositor sitting here constantly trying to refresh the screen. So, it's probably not much visible. The only flashing is probably from, like, the visual bell. Okay, mem. Well, like, maybe if there was, like, a different compositor, or if there wasn't a compositor. Or maybe if we had X running? Pretty sure if we have X doesn't refresh the screen all the time. Console. None of console. To be sure, though, the easiest way of like writing to the screen is just to mess with the frame buffers. Even if you're like writing yourself an operating system, this is very comparatively easy to get frame buffers. Just the trade splatter. Hello. It was just me experimenting with trying to write to the frame buffers. The spoilers are, I cannot do it while X is running. So you didn't really miss anything. Except me commenting on the fact that it doesn't work. Alt F1? But what if we are on console 1? Then what? They don't do anything. Control Alt F1? Control Alt is a maybe. This makes the compositor very much unhappy with me. No, but if that's the case... Delve, you random? The frame buffer? And then we will... Oh, that's where that goes. Alright, frame buffer 0 is the other screen. So we'll try 1. And then we will escape. Nope, that doesn't work. No space left on device. The font. Beware the font. Beware the typeface. The typeface may defeat you. So if I can frame buffer the other monitor connected to this computer. But not this one. Not that one. Not the one that you see. It doesn't let me frame buffer it. Sadness. So much sadness. E. Let's go back to... is it VM? Or is it net? We've net. We have save, and we have load. Pixel XY to color. This depends on what is called the stride of your frame buffer, which is how wide it is in bytes. Because you have X times the bytes per pixel to get an X offset, and then Y is kind of like, or stride times Y to get the Y offset. You add these two together and then you get an address. Just the address of the individual pixel, and then you write C bytes to the frame buffer, which is usually going to be either 2 or 4 bytes. More often than not. In any modern hardware, this will probably be a 4-byte value. Which will probably be like red, or what is it? Blue, green, red. Something like this. But again, this depends on your frame buffer, the size of your frame buffer, and you get all of this information from whatever did the mode setting. Otherwise, it's assumed. You can only assume so far. Can only assume so far. Oh, VGA modes. We don't talk about VGA modes. And I'm also pretty sure that most people would probably prefer to stay away from VGA modes. So I would say stay away from VGA modes. The wrath of the felines. Gasp. Gasp. Much gasp? Kind of wonder if... Are we failing? Instruction. Memory store increment. Well, that's not good. All my memories are failing. My memory tests should not be failing. But that is what these tests are for. Gotta love match. A match. Age greater than. Set delay. Not enough delay. This should probably go in here. This should probably also be if equals then 0. Else, kind of like the other ones. Kind of like these. The spin. The spin. There's a very specific reason why the spin. If you go down or up, I think it's up. Somewhere. It's somewhere in here. The ship is visually a triangle floating around a wrapping 2D space. Ships spawn based on something in some random orientation. Random orientation. Also, I don't really specify defaults for anything, but like by default, flight controls are going to be such that the engines are going to be off. torus topology. Kinda sorta seems that way. It would be very difficult to have a spherical topology. Plus, donuts are delicious. Donuts are, in fact, delicious. So they make for the best topology. Memcopy memmapped frame buffer. I mean, I don't know if you can do that or not. You might page fault. You might page fault the GPU or something. Because if you have GPU, the GPU expects GPU writes to be in the GPU's address space. Also, GPUs have a function for this. It's called blitz or fill. It's a function dedicated to like shoving pixels into frame buffers in GPU memory. You don't even have to memory map anything. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. The GPU does. I do not recommend trying to write GPU drivers from scratch. Unless you know how the GPU works. Otherwise, it will not end well for you. At all. 'Tis shy assassin. The fact that you are awake and greeting me probably means the stream has exceeded expectations for length. Upload code to upgrade and customize the ships. Well, I mean, you can upload code. This is currently a feature. Customizing the ship. Upgrading and customizing the ship. This is something that's planned, but is probably not going to be implemented very... It's probably not going to be integrated or implemented for a while. Like, I don't even have most of these flight control registers from the very first module. These are not implemented yet, because I'm like... I have to rewrite the memory. What's it called? The memory protocol. So that writing to memory goes through the, what's it called? The deferred operations. Deferred operations system, and this did not go according to Keikaku. This is trouble. It did not. It did not yield values that make it do the thing. We got addresses. The addresses go somewhere. Sort of. And what are these? These return something, nothing. Maybe nothing. We got deferred operation. So either I decoded the scale wrong, which I don't think I did, or the scatter load functions don't want to memory. They do not the memory. Instruction. Which instruction is this? 7? Store? Store is a good choice. Maybe. Maybe. What flavor of store? Store. This would be what? 3 words? Scattered? With increments? Probably. There are 2 problems here. One is that you are storing well, I mean, you're storing 3 words by the look of the encoding of the register, but secondly, it is a vector CPU. So each register is 4 words. So if you want to fill the registers such that constant register 0 is all 0, you need 4 words of 0, and then you would have the address, the vector, the vector, taxi vector via Golf, Echo, Foxtrot, Hold short, runway 37. Lima. The opcodes. The opcodes. What the opcodes? We've got clearance. Roger, roger. Alas, my name is not Shirley. My name isn't Alice. The indexing. The indexing. Yeah. It's not that you have inherently wrong thing. It's that you're not putting enough values to fill the thing in the thing. But like I said earlier, there are 3 problems with this. 3. Problem 1 was the structure of the code. It looks like you have corrected this. Problem 2, you have to run the code with a restart command. Problem 3 is that the flight control registers don't exist. So, well, we can fix numbers 1 and 2 fairly easily. Number 3 is a little bit of an issue. Just a wee bit. Which is why all of the triangles are spinning madly out of control. Where is deferred? What are we printing here? This is also kind of what we are trying to implement right now. I'm trying to implement a system that will let me, like, add more memory. Add more memory types. Such as I/O memory, for example. Or, what's it called? External memories. Or, like, other kinds of memory systems. Like, these are all very... They're things that we haven't properly implemented. What are we stuck on here? Load? Instruction mem load. Instruction mem load. What do you do? You will move C0 to R1 via memory load. R1 should be O11. It is all zeros, so we are not we are not loading memory because 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 what? Rval is not acquiring memory. We do have addresses. Like the lval addresses should be something. But this is not updating. Why are we not? Why are we not update? Wool dripping noise? I mean, I could turn off the pool dripping noises. This is a bit of a maybe. What are we? 31 to 3. Okay, so this should be doing something. But it's not. But it's not. I could hide the noises. Defer error. Defer value. This should be getting put back. And this is not getting put. They're not getting put back. Can we put these self what about you? Can we do self? Maybe. Self R value. These should be filled up with numbers, and they are not. Or they were not. Are we still not? We are still not getting any numbers. Which means read mem is maybe broken? Are we... Any memory here? Alright, memory. Scatter. Wait, why is load running store and store is running load? Are these backwards? Is this why we're breaking everything? Yeah? 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 Yeah, I think if your loads are stores and your stores are loads, then you will not be going to space today. I messed this up all kinds of ways. What even? Ignore. Destination. Register. Ignore. Alright, and then these. Maybe. Ignore. Right, if those are in the correct order, is this gonna work now perfectly? Okay, yay, alright. Sure. $11.5? Why do I feel less tired than I was earlier? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense, I tell you. Let's put that back. Put that back. Read memory. I want to, at the very least, get the user context. I want to put these into read and write memory. Which is kind of like the whole objective here. Ren. Ren. Which I guess would require a user context. Is it a user context? You still build. Okay, we got memory all the way down. Yay. Yay. None of yay. None of yay. There's something I wanted to do before I forgot. And that is in test. It's like this persistence test. The persistence test. I think it was that. I wanted to see if I could like deserialize the virtual machine as like JSON values. We want from. Or no, I want read persist from the data as a slice. And then we want to expect partial deserialize. And this we want be value. And then this one is going to be from value. Let's see, does this throw errors? It does in fact throw errors. So that will not work. That is something that's gonna have to wait for like the next stream. Next stream, yeah. But it almost kind of worked. Maybe. This is maybe the one drawback to not like coming up with an intermediate format. Oh well. Oh well. Sorta, oh well. Now that this like, I don't know. We're probably going to like finish up here and then maybe be done after this break. Maybe? Maybe? Maybe. How much you bet that this just like completely and totally breaks everything? Because this probably will break all of the triangles, I would guess. All of the summons. Which is probably, if I had to guess, kind of an interesting thing to try here. So what do we got? Connected. Oh, it didn't break. But it is in a previous state, because I forgot to save it. Well, that's kind of unfortunate, maybe. The vertical bars. The vertical bars. Clear the bars. We don't need those. We don't need those. Actually, even better. Let's halt my thread and see if my change actually fixed like the bug with the thing. Where's Phil? My guess is that it should have. Term? Nowhere in the term. I do need to probably end. Just type term into my terminal and I'm like, that is not what you do. Okay. Code this thing. Restart. Yeah, there we go. It is now sending blobs of memory. Term. Control C. Control L. Who am I? Control C. Help! Control D. Exit the simulation. Alright, memory access is not stupid broken anymore. Yay. It still doesn't look right, though. I don't know if this is a consequence of a load error or a consequence of something else. PC load letter. We're doomed, I tell you. Doomed, I tell you. Doomed. I've got A4. I'm not afraid to load this into the printer. For real, though. Memory looks like a scrambly mess. A scrambly mess. Those look kind of like it fixed the weird bug, but I don't know. Is this called reset all? Let's run that. No more shared memory for you. No more threads. No more threads. Create flight controls. Flight control C. requested heading. What if we turned on the engine? No. 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 Nope. Nope. We're not getting sucked in again. Nope. No getting sucked in again. We're gonna end before the 12-hour mark. Like our function names. Probably some identifier or something. Like, there's a bunch of these songs that are like... They're not... They're older. So like, they didn't get titles or anything. They're just on my hard drive using random hashes or file names. Such a mess. If you replace that space though with an underscore, you might get something that resembles a YouTube video ID. Probably. Anyways, we're probably not gonna... I don't know if we're gonna have another stream until like next week. This has been my plan. This is the plan. Take the weekdays off this week. We'll be back next week. Next Saturday, Sunday. Thank you all for participating in this enrichment center experiment. Bye bye for now. Take care. Exterminate the ducks. Slightly? Just slightly. Exterminate. Exterminate. I think my pumpkin went away. Ducks love pumpkin flavor. Who is going to survive? Who's gonna get hit first? Nightbot? Nightbot. AXEWB? Wins? Bye bye for now. Take care again. Again, as always. FB empty file because it's frame buffer. Frame buffer need not exist. No, I will ramble somewhat, and then we will disappear into the deep, dark depths of the abyss. Or maybe we will stare. E.